All right. This will be a long several hours. Just checked out the Crown Point boat launch. Not bad so far. Well, the thing is, the winds are only 15 to 20 miles an hour, gusting to 30. So yeah, maybe not bad so far, but the winds are gonna hike in a bit, not a bit, in a couple hours. But certainly, the time is now to hunker down. You definitely shouldn't be going anywhere. I don't know why you would be, why anyone would be going anywhere. But we're gonna have to sit here for the next few hours. Some very strong winds. The eye is looking better. The southern side was completely barren until a couple hours ago. But now the southern eye wall, the southeastern eye wall is starting to get its act together. And if we switch to satellite, we have hints of an eye trying to form. You can see that pretty clearly. We are getting hourly updates now. Nothing's changing as of recently. Last round of moving cars at the house to further away just in case. Not a bad idea. There will be little for me to say during this stream until we get closer to it, but for now I figured it was good to go live because things already are looking, we're going downhill pretty quickly. Hold on, I might just do this. Yeah, that's not. I'm just trying to do this real quick. We're just gonna plop this. Oh god. That works. Because I do need to eat lunch, and since there's not much going on right now, I might just mute my mic anyway, have the radar run, and just do it this way. As we get closer, I'll occasionally pop in with stuff to say, but there we go. Alright, so I've been sitting here for the past few hours. It is time that we are back. Um, Storm is getting dangerous, that's for sure. It is still a 90-mile-an-hour storm. It has not strengthened. That is the good news. The bad news is that as you watch this loop, you can see the northern eyewall, which wasn't that well put together, but now the northern eyewall is the strongest area in the storm. So it will be coming ashore very soon. And I mean, when I say very soon, I mean within an hour or two. Um, it does appear. Obviously, let me state the obvious real quick. The eye wall is massive. This thing spans from. It'll probably span from Morgan City to about Grand Isle, maybe a little less than that. But the eye wall is about to come ashore, and the first places to get it will be areas near the coast like Cocodrie, Dulac. They are going to get hit hard. Houma right after that. But the key is the 90-mile-an-hour winds, gusts of over 100, 110 miles an hour are likely. Storm surge will be rushing into this area soon. Um, if we take a look at velocity data, I mean, you got 100-mile-an-hour winds there. But the key is that we're going to start deteriorating quickly across the area. I know winds up near the New Orleans metro, near Baton Rouge, are not that strong yet. It's going to get there eventually. You just need to be patient. The worst of it's nowhere near. Good thing once again, this thing is kicking to the northeast. Latest update statement, not much has changed. But we can see this on satellite, the eye has begun to show. I'm actually surprised by this. I didn't really think that we were gonna get to see the eye, but it is popping out on satellite. Um, there has been lightning in some of these bands. That's not really a big thing. Um, we have had a lot of stations, in the eye. A lot of the oil rigs have been measuring some pretty intense winds. One of the oil rigs measured a 91 mile an hour sustained wind, which almost would up the almost would that supports the 90 mile an hour wind, the estimate of the storm's intensity right now. And it gusted to 112. So stuff like that is what we expect. I'm going to look something up real quick. Okay. Sorry, I'm just loading things real quick. For the most part, I know power is out in a lot of areas already. And I will say, if you're watching me and your power's out, I probably wouldn't do it yet. I'd wait till it gets toward peak. That's when you want your information. As of right now, save your phone battery. But, you know. I'm gonna switch radars just so I can see, get some observations. So, okay, currently at the lakefront, you're 35 mile an hour sustained, 40 gust. This is where you can see just off the coast in Vermilion Bay, just south of Morgan City. Sustained at 54 miles an hour, gust to 70. That's just outside of the Eyewall. You can see over like St. Charles Parish, the Kenner Airport, you're at, the winds aren't very high yet. You're gusting to 30 maybe. In Baton Rouge so far at the airport, you're only gusting to 25. This will change. In Morgan City, you're already up to, let's see, you're up to 45 mile an hour gusts. That's with the Eyewall that is very close now. One of the good things about this is also that isn't okay. So there's a 92 mile an hour gust there in the eastern Eyewall. The eastern part of the storm is the strong part. That is unfortunately what is going to drape over, Houma, St. Charles Parish, up to Hammond. That's the strongest part of the storm. And a gust to 92 miles an hour obviously is nothing to gawk at. But how will Baton Rouge be? Well, in a few hours you are going to see the eye wall. So it won't be the east side. It will be the west side of the eye wall. But so far it seems something like this. This side is where you could see your winds of say 90 to 100. On this side you'll see about 70 to 80 probably. Get rid of that. Overall, the rain so far has been, can handle it so far. It's not like we've had like heavy training rain. The only real flash flooding concerns will come in the eyewall when it gets there, especially if there will be a location that is stuck in this part of the eyewall and never actually hits the eye. That would not be a great place to be. And that person whoever is there will also get the strongest winds, which are currently in this quadrant right now. The strongest winds are right here in the storm. And those are going to come up right into Terrebonne Bay. Once again, I will reach out and say if you have any questions on your specific location, drop them in the chat. That's what the chat's there for. I have no issue. I have plenty of time to answer any questions. What about St. James Parish? Okay, St. James is in a pretty bad spot, I would say. At this point, you're pretty much guaranteed to get the Northern Eyewall. Well, you are guaranteed to get the Northern Eyewall. You'll get it in about 2 to 3 hours. It will be quick, but very strong winds are going to be in that Northern Eyewall. About 80 to 90 miles an hour, probably. It will be weakening inland by that point, but at the same time, still dealing with some pretty good wind out of that. And obviously in the eyewall, like I said, flash flooding is a possibility, but it is moving. Also I guess I should mention in St. James Parish, you will get the eye of this storm. Whatever it is by then, you will be in this ginormous gap. The good thing is, the backside of the storm, as you can see, is opening up. Um, it's pretty dry. There are some intense winds back there still, but the rain won't be a problem. So once you get in the eye, the rain is almost done for the most part. The rain is done. Winds will still be a factor down here. And obviously, when you change the wind direction on the backside of the storm, that's when you can have issues unforeseen before. You're down there? Cohen, you're in. Shit, y'all are chasing. Huh. Where are y'all at? Prairieville. Oh, yeah. That's your, isn't that where you live? But, yeah, I kind of wanted to go home also, but I thought about it. I did zoom in on your house, yes. Eyewall is starting to affect the coast. Obviously, there's not much here. So I guess we'll put coastline in air quotes because it's marsh. But the first places that will see the eye, or the eye wall, excuse me, Cocodrie, Dulac, Houma, Morgan City. Nearing 40-mile-an-hour gusts right now, light rain, waiting for that wide eye to come. Yeah. It'd be hard for you to miss the eye. Alright. Let's see. Recon is about to get another pass also. Well, hopefully. I hope they make it before it gets inland. Oh, that's fast. Okay. We'll put this back. You can see a very, very ragged eye that has appeared, but at the same time, it's not very defined. Overall, it's a sputtering hurricane. It's not strengthening nor is it really weakening. Just holding steady. Thankfully, because it seems like every case of a storm that hits Louisiana is one that is rapidly strengthening to landfall. I'm definitely watching to see if the southeast eyewall begins to flare up again as well. Yes, it's a very abnormally large eye. Typically the average eye size is about 20, 25 nautical miles. This one is 60. Which a big eye is good, and it has its drawbacks, and it has some, it can be good and bad. Good in the fact that the storm is larger, which means the storm surge threat is larger, and that obviously more people get impacted. But typically, with a bigger storms are, there's a lot harder for them to strengthen. But at the same time, it is harder for them to weaken. In this case, a smaller eye would have probably been better for us because the wind shear would have probably just ripped that thing straight apart. But instead, we have to deal with a lumbering behemoth, we'll say. New update on Francine was just issued. They did drop the pressure 1 millibar. Not like that makes that big of a difference at this point. It's not strengthening anymore. Or at least I'd be surprised if it did. Maybe the plane on this last pass finds something. I don't know, but I highly doubt it. This is a pretty ugly storm, but sometimes the ugly storms are the worst. They can be pretty bad. Also watching. Notice the southeast eyewall. Nice burst there. Interesting. Well, this is gonna be a long night. I'm sure. Okay, again, I'm in a college dorm. There's going to be background noise. Ignore the people behind me. I'm sure you can hear it, but that's unfortunate. How's the day? I guess in Monroe it's been raining all day, hasn't it? I literally haven't. I've been sitting here since I woke up because I knew that I have a job to do today. My job was sit here and talk to you guys about what this silly storm is doing. There in your walls, it's me. I'm broken by. If it's you, then I'm gonna tell you to shut up. They always get the loudest when you don't. When like they they always get the loudest when you don't want them to. Yeah, but we do have our first flash flood warning for Morgan City, Franklin, Baldwin, Sherrington, which I mean, Eyewall's not even there yet, but it's close. Looks like that'll be the first place to get the Eyewall. Hefty wins. Thing froze. Okay. Oh, nice. Awesome. I'm just tuning in while I get ready for a gig tonight. Running a musicians only jam over at Shan's till midnight. Oh lord. Also, I hate to be like that, but let's tone down with the cursing a little bit. This is a different, different, different environment. Otherwise, we'd be playing volleyball. Not like I'm playing volleyball tonight anyway, because I'm gonna sit here on my ass. See, I almost did it too. I'm gonna sit here on my behind and just be doing this the rest of the night until probably midnight, because that's when this thing will finally, well, it'll get out of here by midnight. Eyewall suddenly looks way better than it did 2 minutes ago. But at the same time, the south side is really opening up now. Okay. Apparently there's a. So I'm getting distracted, but I'm going to be running. I'm going to just put Fox 8 News on. No. I'm pretty sure I muted the desktop audio, so you guys can't hear this, but I'm going to be watching local news while I'm streaming. Actually, you can hear that because it's on my. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I just thought of a great idea. I remember doing this last time, or I did it for severe weather. It worked great. Why would it not work for this, you know? Because we got some pretty far south ones even. This seems like a good one to click on. I don't really know what we're looking at. Water doesn't seem very high yet. That's over by Port Fourchon. We come into Houma. 182 at 315. You know, it doesn't look. It's not horrible yet. See the camera shaking. You've got up here. I mean, this is obviously Houma. The cops are out trying to get people off the street if there are any of them. Because obviously they're trying to shut everything down. Are there people walking right there? No, that's just the traffic lights. Never mind. You know, just kind of the same general picture, obviously, across Houma. Is there a way for you to connect to the outdoor can be used when you're at home? Unfortunately, no, there's not. And I really wish there was. It doesn't matter because, okay, even if there was, my power at home is already out. It went out 3 hours ago. I don't know how. I don't know what caused it to go out. Because it literally went out when there were 15-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know why it went out. But even if the power was on, I wouldn't. I don't have a way to get to it. Tree fell on River Road. Oh, that'll do it. How the tree fall on River Road? The winds haven't even been strong yet. Wind has finally picked up, not too bad. Obviously, we're still a couple hours away from when it'll be worst. Just everything shaking. I'll come up here so that we can get an idea. View of Laplace. You can see bands of rain, but nothing really major. People still on the roads is a little crazy to me. Flip to the other side, not much going on. Ooh, let's use the lake. Let's see. You can see conditions on the lake. So the winds currently are blowing into Laplace. I-10 is honestly not very far above the water right here. I mean, you can see on the bridge the water is not far down. Because in this case, as of right now, the winds are blowing on the lake. They're blowing from east to west, right into Laplace. Now, when the storm comes, say, when the storm is here, the winds are going to shift this way, and that's when the surge will quit on the lake. That's also why we're not really expecting much storm surge within the Laplace area. And I know that's a concern by a lot of people. You can see here, right at 55, 51, I-10. Water, not seeing water anywhere. Also, Marcy, I do want to say, I am very nervous about camp. Very, very nervous. Because, let me just show you. This is Dulac. Also, the Eyewall is about to hit Dulac. Our camp, let's see. This is 4 Point. Is down here somewhere. Just for reference, that's where our camp is. Eyewall is on the edge of there, first off. And this is the worst part of the storm for storm surge because the winds are blowing straight onshore. They're never going to seep into the eye. The eye is going to move west of them. They're going to stay in this for another hour or two, maybe more than that. And the surge forecast was 5 to 10 feet. Obviously, our camp is only 6 feet. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's going to be a good news. Unfortunately, I just don't. It's unfortunate there. But now the Eyewall is coming ashore. 6 foot. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I am from the dock. My head is to the top. So yeah, our camp is only 6 foot off the water. Something like maybe no, maybe it's a little more than that. It's a little more than that maybe, but I'm still worried about either way. You can see bands approaching the river parishes. Actually, there's a lot more of them than earlier. The Eyewall is on shore. Morgan City is close. Houma is going to get one of the worst parts of this storm. Strongest winds right in here. Is Metairie cooked? Metairie, the New Orleans Metro is definitely more in it than Metro New Orleans is still in it more than they were, say, yesterday. Because originally we thought this was going to go far enough west where y'all would be fine. It does appear that y'all are going to get some very strong winds out of this. But I wouldn't say cooked. It's manageable. So this is the farthest south camera that I can get. Nothing farther south. There's your Eyewall. Updating things real quick. Just refreshing myself. Okay. Trying to stay as informed as I can here. Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is going to get the western side of the eye wall, it would appear. But the winds, obviously, the winds are a little lower on the west side compared to the east side. But they will still be hurricane force. We're definitely still looking at hurricane conditions over that way. Now the eye wall is rounding out. You can see it's gotten a lot better organized over the past hour or so, even despite the south side going completely dry. I'm gonna go back to the cameras, and I might just sit on one of these for a little while. I need to pick a good one. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go around. Let's go to another one of these. Yeah, I'm very glad to see no one on this. But you can see the water is pretty high up to the toward the interstate. Well, never mind. There's still some idiots that are driving. Don't know why, but can't fix stupid. Who's going to get it the worst? Well, as of now, the worst of the storm is here. Right here on the east side of the eye wall. Houma's gonna get pretty close to the worst. Obviously, if you get closer to the coast, Cocodrie is going to get the true worst of this storm. But the strongest winds currently are right here. Whoever gets this part of the storm when it goes northward, that's where the worst of the weather will be. Which unfortunately takes it right through some pretty populated areas because Houma, Thibodaux, Laplace, obviously, Laplace and the river parishes, up to Hammond, and obviously it'll be weakening once it gets inland. But as of now, we're not to that point yet. Okay. Okay, so I've been updating, I've been sitting here updating. Alright, so with the data that just came in, I do believe that we're going to have a Category 2 hurricane coming ashore. This thing really, it's sneaking. Yeah, so it took a while, but latest data from the plane could very well support a Category 2 hurricane. If it would stop doing this, it'd be great. Some very strong winds right at the edge of the eye. See those the dark blues and the pinks. On this side, it's the oranges that are the strongest winds. Interesting. So I'm gonna have to. Okay, I need to back up for a second. Based on the data, it would appear that the strongest winds in this storm are actually inside of the eye wall and they're here. Which to me, that perplexes me a little bit. But I believe the true center of the storm is over here somewhere. Reminder, we're dealing with wind shear. So the storm is a little bit disheveled. It's not, you know, it's not a perfect it's not perfectly centered on these. The eye wall is not perfectly centered on the low levels, the low level center. But the strongest winds are in here, inside of the band. And based off the plane, it does appear that these are Category 2 hurricane force winds. Well, it hit Tennessee. Um, when it goes inland, I do believe it'll make it to Tennessee. I don't think the impacts will be very great from it. Just get some rain, but it should reach Tennessee. Oh, that's a water spout. I was wondering what this marine warning was, but that is a water spout over the lake. Man. Do you think it will get up to 100-mile-an-hour winds? Based off what I'm just looking at, I do believe that they're about to upgrade this to a Category 2 at the next update at 4 o'clock. Oh, in Baton Rouge? I don't think. I don't think that the 100-mile-an-hour winds will not be in Baton Rouge, no. Well, now we're just gonna sit here until 4 o'clock, I guess, because I need to get that information out the second it comes in. Let's go back to. We'll just come over here. Shut up. Might have just went offline, maybe. Maybe the power just went out in Houma. Oh. Well, would you look at that? I believe the power has just gone out in Houma, and that's why every single camera is not working suddenly. Unless all of these are like that, then I don't understand. No, see, these work. I think just every camera in Houma went out. I think the power finally went out down there. See, farther east, on the Grand Isle toll road, it's not. I mean, it's not horrible over here. I think the Sunshine Bridge would be an interesting one to take a look at. See, all these roads are just so barren, and it's very weird to see, but obviously you expect that. Man, so incredibly sudden for this to be Cat 2. But I do think it got there. It got there last second, but I mean, it. We'll see if the Hurricane Center actually runs with it, but seems pretty clear to me. Take another look at satellite. The eye looks like garbage. This storm overall just doesn't look that good, but it still packs 100-mile-an-hour winds, so what can we do about it? What was that? I want that buoy. Hold on. this one. Sustained 59 miles an hour, gust to 70. Definitely very close to landfall. We have half of a hurricane. Might as well be what it is at this point. The backside doesn't exist. Like I said, still has 100-mile-an-hour winds, so I mean, gonna do this again. So I want to show off there's any surface stations. This station down here, 76 mile an hour sustained, gust to 86 miles an hour. That's pretty far south of the storm, I'm pretty sure. Or that's in the southeastern part of the eye. Overall, there's not many observations in this area. You've got that was 30 minutes ago. I'm not even gonna mention that one. Very strong winds are just coming on shore. What's the current category right now? 1, but I do believe it's about to get upgraded to 2. Houma is in the absolute worst of this. It's going to get the absolute worst of this storm. How long have you been doing this for? Doing what specifically? Doing this stream or doing weather like in my life? Weather. Well, little me at 6 years old just suddenly decided he wanted to be a weatherman. Why? Don't know. Don't know why I suddenly had an interest in the weather, but I remember one day the Weather Channel being on, and I remember loving it. So from that day on, that's where I stuck. Like I said, couldn't tell you why, but it happened. In your papa too. I mean, I guess he enjoys the weather, but he loves it. And I mean, Alexis went to college for it too, but I don't know. Maybe it's just in our family or something. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, enough personal talk. We got some pretty serious stuff going on here. Like I said, strongest winds are right on the inside of this band. The band is probably getting outward. Cocodrie is getting raked right now. Let me emphasize that again. Raked. Okay? I'll use a different word next time. But the one that doesn't sound bad. Houma is about to enter the northern Eyewall. There was a water spout up here, but it doesn't look like it's there anymore. Velocity is still broken. Awesome. C50. So this is a 50 nautical mile wide eye. It's pretty ridiculous. Sorry, I'm quiet because I'm waiting for something. I want this 4 p.m. update to be issued because it's pretty important. Wow. So the pressure has come down 3 millibars as well. It was 975, it is now 972, which is a sign that it's actually strengthening as it comes to landfall. I don't know why. It really doesn't look like it should be. Damn. Would you know the wind here? It shouldn't be very strong yet. I can probably just use radar to figure that out. I mean, in Hammond, it's about 20 miles an hour. Probably it's a little stronger than that. Probably 25 to 30, maybe. Nothing insane just yet. That's what I was waiting for. There is a station down here in Vermilion Bay. I hope it loads. Yeah. This station sustained at 67 miles an hour, gust to 77. That station is actually below the standard height that we use when we're talking about winds. So that is a hurricane force sustained wind right there on the northwest side. Brady is trying to compare what he sees now to what 90 will be. Well, well, 90 is pretty hard to imagine. I can tell you from experience in Ida because Ida threw 130 at us. I don't ever, it's still hard for me to imagine even though I've seen it. Flip back. Northern Eyewall is beginning to drill Houma. How do storms form? Whew. Very complex processes that not even I can explain to you. I could not tell you how this formed, or like what causes it. Huh. Morgan City is entering the Eyewall as we speak. Just look at the Sunshine Bridge, I guess. I'm just gonna start flipping back between cameras because I don't know what else to do right now. People are still crossing over the river. Let's see. Take another look at the water on the lake. See water creeping up a little bit in Laplace. You can see the water rushing right here, rushing that way off the lake, or yeah, from the lake into Laplace. Doesn't look all that bad as of right now, but. All right, it's official. I can now announce. Um, we have a Category 2 hurricane. It just made it I had said that the plane was getting some interesting stuff. Um, it did, in fact. Francine is now a Category 2 hurricane with winds of 100 miles an hour. Sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. Did Brady just type that? I guarantee you Brady just typed that onto that brain rot. All right. I just announced the update. Francine is a Category 2 hurricane now. All right. So, if you were just joining, Francine is now a Category 2 hurricane. It definitely took every last bit of time it had to do that, but there you go. Pressure down to 972, winds of 100 miles an hour. Updated, the forecast does not matter anymore. But the 100-mile-an-hour winds are in this part of the storm here. That's where the strongest winds are. They're about to rocket ashore in southern Terrebonne. Like I said, Cocodrie and Dulac are going to get the hardest hit out of anywhere. Show velocity real quick. Whenever it loads, it'll show it. Well, they want to be broken, but no, they really just want to be broken. Velocities are pretty strong. They've been up to 105, 110. That's obviously with elevation, but they've been there. They're just broke for some reason. can see the eye wall is not really. It's getting ripped apart. I mean, that's the key. Most certainly, the storm is getting ripped apart. But despite that, it doesn't seem to really care. Decided to strengthen suddenly. Has brought the winds are up, and they really shouldn't be. I mean, I would have never thought it'd be strengthening at this point. But it is now a Category 2 hurricane. Man. We are very close to landfall here as well. Sorry, I just need a slight break. But for the most part, one thing I'm noticing, the eye wall is getting pretty disheveled now. I mean, you see what was a pretty stout band is now moving northward, and it's weaker by a lot. Overall, it seems pretty close to just losing it completely. But somehow there were 100-mile-an-hour winds in there. And they just found them again. Flash flood warning there for Houma, Dulac, Montague. It's a fair warning. This is what I mean when I say these storms go through pulses. You see this? This was 45 minutes ago. That's now. The entire east side is just gone. I am tired. I'm very sorry. But I'm clicking through things. Where are the cams? I needed a break for a second. I just needed to, yeah, you know. All right, time to do some actual coverage now. So, once again, the east eyewall is kind of not there anymore. The center of the storm is here. Now, the band spreading outward from that, not all of that is exactly eyewall. But the strongest winds are down, not there, that. Sort of like that. Whoops. What time is it about to hit St. James? Not far. Well, the edge of the eye wall is almost there. Obviously, the eye wall is thickening out because the eye wall itself is kind of losing it a little bit. Obviously, the winds are there, but the rain is not. You're about an hour or two from the strong winds. But either way, like I was just talking about, the center is here. There was that station here that I was also looking at. When it was in the eye wall, it recorded 85 mile per hour sustained. So, like I said, it well earns category 2. But also, with that said, the winds in this part of the storm are also 90, 85 to 90 miles an hour sustained with gusts up to 100 and 105. video for y'all. This is on 4 Point Road in Dulac. Not 4 Point, sorry. This is on Grand Caillou Road in Dulac. I don't know why someone's here, but you guys can't hear the sound, actually. I'm going to turn the sound on here for a second, just so you can listen to that. Look at that wind. I'm not sure why somebody is crazy enough in Dulac to do that, but you know, we have crazy people all around. The storm looks horrible on satellite now. We'll just put it that way. It looks bad. It doesn't really matter because it's coming inland. I don't know how this got to category 2. I really don't know. It doesn't make any sense. How is New Orleans looking? New Orleans, for the most part, you're going to get strong winds out of this, but you're going to be alright. I don't even think flooding is going to be that big of an issue. The Bubba Dove is at 4 feet. Is that storm surge? Is that what you're looking at? Let me see if I can find some storm surge observations. Sorry, I'm texting my parents. So let me see if I can find, of course, the ones that are close are broken. How is Baton Rouge? Baton Rouge is going to get near the center of this thing. But as of now, they're alright.
I'm trying to text people. I'm sorry, guys. How close do you think Gonzalez is going to be to the eye wall? Gonzalez is going to be in the eye. And not even just like, not the fake eye, like the actual eye. This is the center of the storm here. And it's moving pretty much like that. There's Gonzalez. That drive gonna be what? Where are you driving to? There's velocity, by the way. It finally worked. Just wants to be broken for half of this. Morgan City is getting rocked currently.
Gotta test the roads before flooding. That is just dumb. That is so stupid. I'm going to do what was suggested to me earlier, and we're gonna start browsing the cameras again. These are out. I don't know why I went back to them. Still seems pretty tame in Laplace. This is the better camera. Camera, what are you doing? That scared me for a second. I was like, what is it doing? But it was just moving for some reason. Doesn't seem very bad yet. You can see the pole is shaking slightly. This one's getting rocked a little harder, but not really much to talk about there. I'm gonna check on the water. Yeah, I mean it's not bad in Laplace. The water is still seeping in, but it doesn't look too bad. Guess we'll come over the Sunshine Bridge again. That got rotated. There's just not really much to talk about yet with these. Conditions are definitely deteriorating. But overall it's not much to talk about. Is this one still on? Yes. On LA1 near the toll. Where is this? Hang on. LA1 is over there. It's in here somewhere. Right at Leeville, I think. It's somewhere around there. So I mean, they're in some pretty strong winds out there. Don't really see much rain, but you can definitely see the wind shaking things. Interesting. Okay. Obviously, like I said before, the power in Houma's out, as evidenced by every single one of these freaking cameras being out. Which is unfortunate because that would have been very nice to be looking at right about now. I would have been watching that one for a while. Um, Satellite's still looking like hot garbage. Wow. So once again, remember the station that I was talking about right here? That's right where the low is. That station recorded a gust to 106 miles an hour. That's what I'm wowing at, was that. Here, we'll just do this real quick. If, 90, it's in knots. You convert knots to miles an hour, that is 106 miles an hour. That is what I was looking at. The pressure also cratered. But, you know, that is a pretty. That's pretty potent right there. That's right on the center of circulation. So a gust to 106. So this storm, despite not really looking very organized, is packing a huge punch. Obviously, it is a 100-mile-an-hour Category 2 hurricane. So the punch is there, but I'm going to do what I was doing earlier. I want to see if I can get that. No, that's not it. That's the station, but it's updated too far. Check out Morgan City. Sustained at 43, gusting to 62. Which isn't incredible, but I mean, look at the look at how far offshore this one is. This is still sustained at 60 miles an hour, gusting to 74. So that's still gusting to hurricane force, and that's incredibly far south. Please go just far enough back. I'm trying to load this. Okay, it did. There you go. Let's do 105. I'm going. Hang on. Let me do this real quick. Trying to screenshot that. Sorry. There we go. So 105 miles an hour was not the type of thing I was expecting out of that. So it goes without saying, the winds are strong. Who would have thought, right? Wind picking up in St. James now? Not surprising. How is New Orleans St. Bernard looking? I mean, St. Bernard is fine. New Orleans is gonna obviously you're gonna get wind from this, but overall you're outside of the main wind threat. They might call landfall in a little bit. Landfall. Random parking lot donut success. Jesus Christ. News is boring. Anyway, Francine has made landfall now. They are calling it such. Check Sunshine Bridge cams again. It's probably wise to do. That's Houma. Sure is windy again. It's a little, yeah, it's definitely a little more windy than earlier. Also, the rain in the horizon. This one will probably be the interesting one to watch so long as the power doesn't go out here. The cameras are like falling off their pedestals. Stupid. Someone coming down the Sunshine Bridge. Interesting. I mean, I guess. Overall, not insane, but let's see. What is the? Oh, that one's down. This is one of my favorite cameras. It has gotten me through a few of these. This actually shows the wind a little bit better. Are there cams on the Gramercy Bridge? No, there are not. I looked at that because I figured it'd be a very nice place to have one. But unfortunately, there's no cameras in this whole area down here. The Gramercy Bridge will be the first one we actually look at. God damn it. Still looking alright in Laplace. Not much going on over here. I do want to check the water again. Does look a little higher, but I don't think it's not necessarily horrible. You see the waves, you got white caps. There are still people traveling on I-10 somehow. I don't know how stupid you can be, but yeah, there's actually there's a few people. Like, where possibly could you be going that's so important? Water hasn't really risen any. Ooh, wait. This is what's normally. This is the spillway. Like, for those that live in St. Charles Parish and know, this is the backside of the levee, or the backside of the spillway. You go down that long, you go down the levee, it takes you here. That's some pretty high water there. I mean, especially on the other side, you can tell because this is normally dry ground, but we're very much over the top. Those cameras are down. Pretty similar view from all of these. Why are there so many people? Actually, why are there so many people? Take a look at 310 at airline. The camera's just straight up frozen. Okay, I'm actually glad. I'd rather see this one anyway. This one's looking northward, I believe. Yeah, it would appear this one's looking north. I want one looking south. Okay, never mind. All these are frozen except for this one. This is the only one that's working. Some very brisk winds, not really much there. I know I just looked at the plus, but just for reference, we're going to hit everywhere multiple times. These trucks are probably going to be blown over by the time it's over with. I don't know why they're there, if I'm being honest. That's pretty dangerous. The wind is like, it's going to topple those over. Max said the crew changing for work. He's driven through a Cat 1 before to get home from work. The river never stops. The river never stops even in a hurricane? That sounds pretty wild to me. Nice wind gust just hit the camera. Ooh, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on. I'm gonna try something real quick. Okay, I like this. I like this. Hold on. We're gonna do something like this for the rest of this. Have this style of stream. Let's see. I'm testing something. Okay. I'm trying to crop this. Camera's getting rocked. How about something like this, huh? We can take this a lot more than this. Looks a little ugly. But I don't know, I actually like this. Now, when I do that, it looks weird. But, like if I try to switch screens, it looks weird. But, you know. I'm going to adjust this real quick. Now, okay, we'll do it this way. That works, I think. Yeah, that looks good. Then I'll be switching cameras as we go. So the eyewall is definitely thicker now. It's a lot thicker, actually. Okay. Shaking the camera a little bit. Guess we can switch this to a different camera. Go back to the Sunshine Bridge one for a little bit. Maybe not that one though. It's a lot better wind now. Not bad. Laplace is actually very close to the edge of the eye wall. I want the other camera. This is scary hours. Multiple flash flood warnings are beginning to appear as well. Okay, I need a camera to do something. People need to quit driving. I don't care if it's necessary. I just don't. I just saw a big truck. An 18-wheeler driving in that is just outright dangerous. Have you up on the living room TV for the fam. People have been telling me stuff like that, and every time I hear it, I think, God, am I a celebrity or something? um, I'm going to quickly make. Hang on. I'm gonna make a thing real quick. So it's gonna go dark screen for a little bit, but it'll be back in like 2 seconds. So just give me a second. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Okay. I want to just make I'm trying to do the inverse of what I did on that one, so I can flip between, you know, like we can have this, and then I can just flip to this. Because as of right now, it might be time to go back to radar. I want to copy this though. Hold on. Right. Okay. Hold on. Trying to get this correct. So now I'll just do that. Well, no. Revert that. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm trying to edit things mid, while we're doing this. But this is what I want. Just go to 0. Okay. And then we'll do it this way. Okay. Sorry, no, that's 0. Okay, so now we have both the first one, and now we have this one. So now I can do either or. Well, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Why does it do that? Okay, whatever. I'm annoyed by that. I probably should stop playing with things while we're... Is it a good time to DoorDash? Yes, I would highly recommend it. What website was the traffic cameras on? I guess I'll just throw them in the chat. That should work, right? I would think. Okay, yeah. It brings you to it brings you to a random camera, but that is how it works. That does work. Hurricane party. I agree. What direction is the wind going right now? Okay, so we're gonna go back to radar. Hold on. Okay, hide this for a second. Okay. Sorry. The wind right now, depending on where you are, but for most of us, the wind is blowing from east to west around the circulation. Um, the center is there. The wind is blowing counterclockwise around that, so our winds are from east to west currently. It's more like this. Depends. It's highly dependent on location, but that's your current wind directions. So I went back to radar, St. Charles Parish is entering the. It's a band there. It's not necessarily the Eyewall. The Eyewall is to your south. Houma is in. They're almost out of the Eyewall, but they're getting closer to the strongest winds. I need to remind people in this. The strongest winds in this storm are in the clear area outside of the eye wall. It looks like the eye, it's not the eye. The actual eye is here. That's where calm winds are. These are the 100-mile-an-hour winds. I know it's weird, but this storm has been dealing with wind shear, it's been dealing with a lot of negative factors against it. It is strengthened despite that, yes, but it has the appearance of a storm that isn't really not really well put together. So unfortunately, these winds, the area of the strongest winds is going to end up coming straight through Houma, straight through Thibodaux, straight through Laplace. But, most of St. Charles Parish, St. John, St. James, Lafourche, Terrebonne obviously are in it now. But this is your area where the strongest winds are going through. And I know there's a lot of writing on there. I guess I should probably not. But that's your area. Sorry, I got added to a group chat with a bunch of people. Um, the eye wall, at least the northern eye wall, is strong also. I guess I should include that. The strongest winds from this is very hard to draw. I mean, that's not horrible. That's a pretty good drawing actually. That's where the strongest winds are. Like I said, very, very odd shape for it to be in, but that is what we're dealing with currently. I like this little setup I got going on. Let's see, so we'll come back to the Sunshine Bridge. Camera's definitely rocking. Please, by some miracle, come back on. one's out. Where's the high camera? There you go. Not really much going on in Destrehan currently. Just stick with this one. No! I think it just went out. No? What is it doing? What is it doing? Why is it upside down? What are we doing? The thing doesn't know what it's doing. Oh, Jesus. Oh my. Okay, we're gonna flip off this now. It's just doing flips. That's all it cares about. I'm pretty sure the cameras in Laplace just went down. I think the power probably went out. No? It's on. It just stopped loading for a little bit. Can you show 51 off I-10? Yes, I can. There's not a camera that really goes down 51. This is the best we've got. This is I-10. This is 51. South is to the left. We're looking west. I don't think these help. No, they're just looking into the damn trees, because why not? I mean, this one's extra useless. I don't even know why it exists. Yeah, there's not really much to see there. This is just a way station. You can see the trees moving a good bit, but there's not much else to see. I'm probably going to stick with this camera until it goes. Picking up here. I'm okay with the weather, but scared of the possibility of tornadoes. I would not be scared of the possibility of tornadoes because there are not going to be any in the Eyewall. Or in general. All the tornado threat is off to the east by a lot. In this situation, that's not really a worry. Is the Eyewall almost in Laplace? The edge of it is almost there. Although that's not really the Eyewall, it's kind of a band outside of the Eyewall. But I'm just gonna call it the Eyewall for simplicity's sake. Yes, it is close, and it is in fact it's gonna be there within 5 minutes probably, 5 to 10 minutes. Same with Lutcher. The Eyewall is actually there almost. That's why you're seeing things pick up. So I'm not only interested to see Laplace, I want to see it hit the Sunshine Bridge because the edge of the Eyewall is about to cross these areas. Thibodeau is getting rocked right now. Very close to impact there. The Sunshine Bridge. We're definitely at that point where things are about to get interesting. Can you see what time it's hitting BR? 2 to 3 hours. Maybe less than that. Sorry. Once again. This is an intense situation because I got family all over the place over here. And as much as I know it's a hurricane, I would love to be home just to know that everything's alright with my own eyes. But unfortunately, I'm stuck here. let's get back to. You can kind of see the edge. The fake eye is giving itself away with this little weak band of showers there. The winds are here. The winds are also. The wind and rain is here. Thibodeau is about to get rocked. Morgan City, you're almost to the center, but I think you're going to miss. Might be on the outer side. Did it drop back to Cat 1? No, not from what I can tell. The Eyewall is hitting Laplace. Or the edge of it is starting to. I'm going to go back to the Sunshine Bridge. Oh yeah. You can see how quick things can change. The wind is definitely a lot stronger over here. Do something like that. People are still driving off the Sunshine Bridge like it's nothing, you know. The eyewall of a hurricane is only approaching. Yeah, Thibodeau is getting the everything with the rain at least right now. Just for a second. Just check the latest surface observations. These two aren't real. Those are fake. There's not really many observation stations in this area. Yeah, that's an issue, but it's an issue we can't really do anything about, unfortunately. The eyewall is in Laplace. The edge of it is getting there. In fact, the edge of it is there. Man, this is not what you want to see. Power's out, the wind's crazy. Yeah, like I said, when that eyewall arrives, that was when that's when things go crazy. Dulac, by the way, there's a weather station there that is sustained at 73 miles an hour currently. Unfortunately, it doesn't have gusts. I really wish it did. But Dulac is experiencing the strongest winds it has so far. Look at the winds in Laplace here. Okay, I'm gonna keep that one up. Rocking pretty good. Sure. Why are you buffering? I can't have you going out on me. See the Eyewall coming northward. Let me fix that real quick, because that looks stupid. There you go. There we go, we're back. It's gonna be quick moving. The only silver lining. This is going to be moving fast. If you'd stop doing that. What are the gusts up to? Gusts up to where exactly? house. I can estimate probably around 60, maybe more, a little more than that, because the airport in Kenner just gusted to 59 miles an hour. Starting a rock in Laplace. All right. Awesome. The Sunshine Bridge camera has completely shifted, and now we can't see anything. It is just broke. Stuck staring at the wall. Now this is a pretty okay. This is a pretty good camera. This one's very high up. It's gonna get some pretty strong winds eventually. Take another look at the water. Um, oh wow! Look at how high that is now. Yeah. So last time we looked at this, the water wasn't incredibly high, or at least it was, but it was. You could see the pylons. Now you can't see the pylons from this camera. I'm actually. Look at the water rushing in right there. Wow. You can very clearly see the water rushing through there. No appreciable water rise here. We're staring at the trees. Awesome. This camera is facing into the wind toward my house. No! They just went out. Oh, they might all have just gone out. Okay, this one's still on. Not that this one's still very helpful, though. Why did all the cameras have to die? So this is the Sunshine Bridge. You can see we are rocking pretty violently. I'm going to bring radar back full because I do want to note this is the strongest part of the rain, at least. That is coming right through. It's come through Raceland, come through Thibodeau. It's moving northward toward Kramer, South Vat. It's moving toward Vashry and into Lutcher eventually. That's the strongest rain. Now the winds are going to pick up a lot from here. But keep in mind, even after you exit this band, the winds are going to increase even down here until the circulation passes you. Then they'll start to weaken. Obviously, if you enter the eye, it's a different story. The winds will go calm if you enter the eye. Thibodeau might just barely do that. Not sure. see some very strong winds above the surface, obviously. As Hurricane Francine is making landfall. Move this back. We'll switch this back because there's a lot to see here right now. How is BG looking? What is BG? Or did you mean BR? Oh, Bayou Gosh. Oh, let's see. For the most part, I know where Bayou Gosh is. Let me turn this off. Okay. Sorry. For the most part, I mean, you're in that band, that's for sure. And honestly, this is going to be a pretty. The strongest winds are going to be very close to you. They're not there yet, but this is the strong band of rain. You're definitely feeling it now. Things are rocking there. Crazy Ash driving up the Sunshine Bridge. Like, I mean, I guess life goes on, but would you not think, like, you need to not do that? This is the part where I'm gonna mostly let the images do the talking, because I think you seeing this does a lot more volumes than me talking about things. Is Laplace going to get worse? Get worse than what it is now? Absolutely. Laplace is not anywhere near the peak of this yet. This camera that you see right here, this is not near the peak of it. The eye wall, you're in the edge of it, but the strongest part of the eye wall is just before you get in the eye. For the bands with the worst winds, how many mile an hour would they be around? Sustained winds, you're gonna get hurricane force. I mean, it's hurricane force all around. Those bands that are moving through Thibodeau, the Zalmans, those carry hurricane force winds, carry all the way up to probably 90 to 95 mile an hour wind gusts. I don't think there's anything else really, any other camera to look at right now. Oh, wait, these are back. It doesn't really look that bad in Laplace yet, I won't lie. Another violent shake. Save us. Well, it does appear we are moving. It's only been an hour and a half since landfall. Already a pretty good ways inland. Inland enough to where the weather at the coast is now improving at least. Come on. Okay, I guess not. Still staring at a pole with that one. Underwater, please send the troops. Things are getting rough. And they're at least beginning to get rougher. Um, a flash flood warning. They're kind of filling in the boxes as we go. Flash flood warning has just been issued for Laplace, Northern St. Charles. Those are kind of just, we have to throw them. To be safe, they throw these flash flood warnings. And there could be some flash flooding. Don't get me wrong, but not really that big of a threat here. The worst of the weather is now. Thibodeau, you've been in it for a while. It's finally going to cross you in a second. Thibodeau's getting the worst. Like, pretty close to the worst of everything. The winds with that band right there should also be pretty strong. But you probably are going to edge into the eye. The worst of it now is just past Thibodeau up near Vacherie, Jack Bay, Kramer, Des Allemands. That is the worst of it. That is going to be moving northward. The worst of the winds now are just west of Galliano near Montague. That's where the peak of the winds are. Y'all are crazy. What time will the worst be? The worst will be in about an hour. It's not long from now. It's whenever that band closes in. My pet fish went for a swim outside and never came back. Think you can find him? Well, the bridge cameras over there are out. Taking a look at 310, not bad, but I just want one of these to work for some reason. I know that's not gonna happen, but would have been cool. Come check over here one more time. Getting a little rough. We are very close to the top of the bridge. Trying to find the center at this hour is a little hard. It's raining. That's a bold claim, isn't it? Worst of it, I mean, Thibodeau is still just won't move out of Thibodeau. If I go into the eye, will it be like the Twisters movie? No. I think my internet just tried to die. It dropped out for a second there, but I think we're back. Quit. Yeah, we're at that time where every camera's just about to be gone, so. End of the night. .310 cam still up? I do believe so. But it's not showing it. Well, no, never mind. It's not up there either. Yeah, I think we've lost the tower cam. I think we've lost every cam for good at this point. It's not surprising. I mean, that was bound to happen. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. Considering we're nowhere near the peak of this. Still got an hour or two until we get there. Sure is why I skipped physics today. Yeah, I we were doing derivative stuff in on Monday, so I was just like, yeah, if we continue doing derivative stuff, I don't need to even be there anyway. It doesn't really matter. I don't know if that's what y'all continue doing, but you know, if y'all did anything else, then I hope it wasn't complicated. That sure is a tornado warning, though. For Slidell. Oh boy. Did stuff with acceleration and gravity. There's an equation you need. Alright, well, he posts the slides, doesn't he? I'll do that eventually when I get. Test Wednesday, I knew that. Center of the storm is just, it's inching toward Thibodeau, but it just won't get there. It'd be pretty hard for this to stay away from Ponchatoula for the record, because it's coming northward. Ponchatoula's right there. It's going to hit Ponchatoula too. It'll be a couple hours from now, but it'll get there. Just wait. When is the worst coming in Laplace? Very soon. We are getting to the peak. We're getting close to it. It's riding up the river parishes. The center, the Eyewall is finally into Thibodeau. It has taken a while for it to get through there. But now the worst of the weather is in this area here and then to the south. So it'll be there soon. Give it 30 minutes to an hour and it'll be there. You know how long the worst will be. When the worst of it gets there, or actually, let me rephrase. Let me not say that because it would appear to me Laplace will be on the east side. The center will pass to the north. Laplace will get the winds that are down here, not actually in the eye. But the worst of the weather might, if you get into the eye, the worst of it would last like 30 minutes. If not, it would last probably 2 hours. But we'll watch that as we go. What was the dangerous situation? It's just particularly dangerous situation. Just PDS. Also, sorry for being quiet. I'm eating dinner, so I'm muted because I figured ain't none of y'all want to hear me. So. Could you show what wind's crown point is getting as of now? Gotta find it. Okay, you're in this band over here. Of course, velocity wants to be dumb, but I would probably guess you're getting you're getting close to hurricane force gusts. Probably 60 mile an hour sustained, maybe 70, 75 gust. It's pretty strong out there. Alright, done eating. So, worst of the Eyewall. Closing in, Kramer, Vacherie. Those are the next two. Excuse me. Napoleonville is on the west side of it. The west side of the storm is significantly drying up pretty quickly. Power out now and radar not working. How's Gonzalez looking? Not very bad yet. I mean, all the winds are pretty strong, but these are a couple thousand feet. Probably gusting to 60 or so. Kind of looking for stations. I'm looking for interesting observations right now. 55-mile-an-hour gust at the airport. That was as of a few minutes ago. 58-mile-an-hour gust at Houma, which I don't think that's not peak. Obviously, the center is right over him almost. You still got this down here, which is 65-mile-an-hour gust to 79. That's on the backside of the storm. There aren't too many interesting observations, but there also aren't many. Winds are very hectic. Yeah, no kidding. Across the entire area right now, except for the eye, winds are probably getting close to hurricane force sustained. Probably gusting up to 80 to 90 miles an hour in the Eyewall. Several Facebook meteorologists all claim a stall all over Thibodeau. That's why they're Facebook meteorologists and not actual meteorologists. Because they have no idea what that means. No, it did not stall out over Thibodeau. Looking at pictures of buildings completely peeled off. Got pictures of trees down. Transformers exploding in New Orleans proper. Ooh, if that. That's Thibodeau. Hang on, I'm going to put this on the screen. I mean, this is Thibodeau. Um, First off, you can see obviously the water is almost into homes at this point, but also note the debris in the water, which I mean that's a pretty scary look right there. I mean, that's pretty scary. Obviously, I can't put Twitter on my feed because, or I can't scroll through Twitter while I'm on stream because this some of this stuff is just can't do anything about it. Roof damage in Morgan City. We'll start there from the beginning. Check that out. Obviously, this building looks very old, but I mean, another tornado warning. Okay. Snap tree and Walker on a home. That's pretty far from the circulation. That says a lot. How is there no rain south of the eye? So, the storm is getting ripped apart by high wind shear. Wind shear rips the storm apart. You have strong upper level winds that are taking this. They're affecting it negatively here, and it didn't really hit until landfall. But what you're noticing now is the storm's. It's incredibly disheveled now. I mean, the center obviously is down here near, in between Houma and Thibodeau. But the worst of the rain is out here. So that shear is not only blowing the storms, it's keeping the storms on this side of the circulation. It's also bringing in dry air that is causing the backside to be completely dry. Now, let me tell you one thing. Just because the backside is dry doesn't mean it doesn't have the strong winds, because it definitely does. In fact, like I've been saying this whole time, the strongest winds in this storm are in the dry slot to the east. Theoretically, that's where the strongest winds are, or where they should be. Now that now that all the thunderstorm activity is to the north, it might still be up here again. The worst of it is very near my house. Power lines are on the roads. Yeah, that's not surprising. The worst of the weather right now is right over St. Charles Parish. Gonna update again. First off, I've seen there's been catastrophic flooding in New Orleans. Um, there has been so much rain in such a little time over there. Obviously, New Orleans is a bowl. New Orleans already can't handle a normal summertime thunderstorm. So that's how it goes. The worst of the weather, the worst of the band, is right here near the New Orleans metro. In St. Charles, Northern Jefferson, and into the city. Now that's the worst of the band. Now some of these rain rates are pretty ridiculous. The storm is closing in. When this band passes, the rain will not be over. Or excuse me, when the band passes, the wind will not be over. The rain will be over. This is the last of the rain. But do not be fooled by the wind. Worst of the band is crossing St. Charles. Very close to the back end of this. So I'm going to, is the worst part in Laplace right now. Pretty close. We're getting there. But I'm going to go into some, I'm going to start talking, basically. So the low level center, which is obviously the surface center of the storm. Currently, that is over Thibodeau, or very close to it at least. The reason that you're seeing there's this area here consistently that's been, you're seeing some higher, some stronger radar signatures there. That is a circulation in the mid levels that is just getting blown away. The wind shear from earlier, as we said, as we got to landfall, the wind shear was going to rip the storm apart. That's what it's doing now. So the mid level circulation is up here. It's forcing a lot of the stronger rain and storms. But that's going to continue to get blown off to the northeast. And as you can see, as it's gone away, the northern part of the storm has really weakened. At least rain wise. Now that's causing some issues because obviously the mid-level center is right over St. Charles Parish, and that's why you see the heavier stuff. Although now you don't, it kind of faded away on that last. It's fluctuating in and out. On the latest frame, it's not really there. Fence panels blown down here in months. The winds blowing toward bricks and not glass. The hell does that mean? Fence panels blown down. That's the extent of the damage we have right now. Fence panels. All right. It must be doing pretty good then. Just got added to another group chat of like 200 people. People want my opinion, I guess. It's just how it is. That's not what I wanted, bro. I'm gonna see some pretty good improvements as we go. First off, okay, the rain over New Orleans needs to quit because it's getting rougher. Is the eye still projected to go over by me? Well, what's left of it, yes. But at this point, I don't know how much of it's going to actually be there. To be honest, this thing has. Man. I expected more out of this. I really did. But thankfully, it hit land and is not really. It's not very well put together. And obviously, we knew that, but it's even more. Or it's even less put together than I thought it would be at this point. I need to update this. Max winds are down to 75. So we are barely a hurricane at this point. How's Dulac looking? Well, I mean, they're clear of everything, but I just. That wind is still blowing onshore. At least I believe that's the case. I don't know what the Bubba Dub is at, but I think last I saw it was almost 7 feet. Can probably look that up. Yeah, the Bubba Dove is at 7. It's at 7 feet right now. It's actually lower. It got to 8 feet. The Bubba Dove peaked at an 8 foot storm surge. I just realized I'm on nothing. Sorry about that. Now we have a flash flood emergency. So a flash flood emergency, which is basically just the highest tier of flash flood warning, just means flooding is likely, it could be deadly. If you're in a flood prone area, then you should definitely be worried. Because even though the rain is going to come to an end soon, it takes time for things to drain. Let's give, let's see. I can't do rainfall totals, can I? I don't know what that is. Never mind then. What's happening here in Destrehan? Well, the Eyewall continues to pummel. Um, the rain continues to back build, so it's not really ending yet. It should end relatively soon, though, because this thing is moving north at a pretty good pace. But overall, it sounds awful. There's not much damage with this. There shouldn't be. Obviously, we'll see when the sun comes out tomorrow, but I think overall we're faring just fine. Flooded in Norco? Yeah, the flash flood emergency was just issued. The flooding threat has taken pretty high precedence because suddenly it wanted to stall out. Not stall out, but the rain is kind of. It doesn't want to get out there. Water in the house? Well, then that's really not good then. Yikes. Okay. I mean, it has been raining good. That doesn't shock me. I imagine Destrehan is pretty similar, or at least there's the part of Destrehan on Ormond that floods in a normal thunderstorm like New Orleans does, but I get the feeling that's probably flooded also. But yeah, not good to hear, man. Not good to hear. That needs to not happen. Street in front of my house is totally flooded. It's coming up the driveway. No worries since we're off the ground. Well, obviously, yeah, I know it's not. It's definitely not gonna get anywhere near your place. But if that street is flooded, I know there are houses down the road now, or in that neighborhood. Most of them are not off the ground. And with Ormond right next to you, it's probably pretty similar to Ormond. Is it still moving at 17 miles an hour? Yes. At least that is the latest. The airport in Kenner had a single gust to 78 miles an hour. That is the highest gust that I can see from the airport. Almost got blown off my feet at Lily. I do enjoy that a lot of y'all are just outside during this, and I don't blame y'all because this. Okay, I'm gonna be honest for a second. This storm is pretty weak. For a storm that was 100 miles an hour, a lot of y'all are saying, "Oh, this doesn't feel like anything." Which, typically people just say that, but it's the fact that all of y'all are saying it, and honestly, it's supported by like not just what I'm hearing. It's just a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this storm's nothing," and I like it. We'll see how much damage is there after this, but overall, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Now, the flooding threat is bad, but the winds don't seem that bad. Can a storm still be considered a hurricane without a well-defined eye? Yes. There are actually many cases that we've seen um, where a storm cannot have an eye at all, but as long as it has 75-mile-an-hour winds, that's all it takes. Like you don't to be called a hurricane, all it has to be is 75-mile-an-hour winds. It doesn't have to have an eye. Obviously, at that stage, it's very rare for a hurricane not to have an eye because it takes that most of the time to actually get to hurricane status. But yes, you can have a hurricane without a well-defined eye. I mean, in this case, I'd say it's a hurricane right now without a well-defined eye. So, although I don't think it's going to be a hurricane anymore in about 3 seconds. They will probably down this to a tropical storm at 9 o'clock. Water is going down by me. It's still raining, really windy. I'm going to tell you what, I think the rain is about to end. Yeah, it just got instantly eroded. So, also, I'm going to say it. Skylar, I know you're watching, alright? The rain is ending. The rain is ending. I know you've been wishing for it to end. It finally stopped building backwards. It's blasting. It's blasting through you now. It's a lot English. It's a lot less now. It's good news for everyone because the rain needed to end. It was pretty abrupt actually because I mean, for as much as it was building backwards, it then decided, "Oh no." Yeah, that's a huge development there. Happened very fast. There you go. Just like that, the rain, like within 5 minutes, is out of almost all of the south side of the New Orleans metro. Over toward Mons Laplace, it's still going, but it is about to end for you as well. That's the northern eye wall, or what's left of it. That's blasting through now. But with that said, the rain is going to be over after this passes. The wind will not be. I would like to know what the winds are now. I don't think they're issuing an update statement because. Yeah, okay, never mind. It'll still be a hurricane for another hour, but it probably shouldn't be. They're just not updating it. Where's the wind? Yeah, the airport only had the one gust to 78 miles an hour. Besides that, it has nothing. Edge of it is getting out of Norco. Really leaving the New Orleans Metro entirely, which we need to do. But in months, and then Laplace, very close to the end of this. Well, the wind is picking up like crazy. Like I said, once you get closer to to the center, the rain is going to end, but the wind is going to increase. What a. F so we have a moron. I'm gonna talk about this for a little bit. WDSU just had live on the air a dumbass, and I'm sorry for saying that, but I'm gonna call him that. A complete moron in New Orleans drive through barricades and straight into a flooded roadway. And in that flooded roadway, he would have drowned if a bystander didn't come and knock him out and get him out of his truck. How people can be so stupid, I don't know. But here, you know what? Let's watch.
They have a truck right here. Okay, the
Let's
officers.
watch this idiot together.
That call, we're looking at this truck right here, Matthew. We have this officer we just alerted about this pickup truck going into the canal underpass. And you can see that vehicle right there is submerged right here. We're going to stay on this for just a little while just to see what happens. We alerted the officer. The officer's backing up now. Not sure if the officer on the other side of the canal is floating. How many people? Water, if we can still see the shot that is inside this vehicle, just right here.
Not only how stupid, but how selfish this is. Because now, a bystander has to risk his own life to come save your dumb idiot.
But I can tell you right now, at the
your
canal
dumb idiot
underpass,
ass.
One pickup truck just drove through the canal underpass. That hood of that vehicle is submerged. One person is inside that vehicle right now, waiting to see if officers will kind of help. Oh, Anchors want to ask a question. Go ahead.
So, Jonah, you know, you said there was a barricade there blocking the street.
Yeah, a barricade.
Again, can you just describe for us how this happened? Was this truck avoiding the barricade coming from the other side? How did he end up on a street that was blocked?
So yes, Solo. So right now we're on the right side of the street. That vehicle was on the opposite side of the street, driving in the wrong direction into that flood water right there.
Driving in the wrong direction. That's even better.
Out. Actually, we have that officer. Take a look at this video.
Oh my.
Walking right behind me right now, and stay inside. Wishing like officers walking around. See if I can get around. Officers just kind of assessing the situation.
I just don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. Sincerely. Now, once again, the rain does not mark the end of the wind. The wind is higher to the south. Center of the storm is right over Thibodeau, it would appear. At least very close to that. Something like that. It's right over Thibodeau. The highest winds are near Des Allemands probably at this point. Near Raceland and Des Allemands. At 9 o'clock, 1 southeast of Gray. Gray is in Houma, or near Houma. Broadcast media reports building blown down on Park Avenue in Houma. Just straight up blown down. I would love to know the story behind that. Baton Rouge update? I mean, at this point, Baton Rouge on the edge of the rain. I'm not sure how much they're going to get out of this. The center is going to come very close, and you are going to get a good bit of rain. I don't know what the winds are on the west side, because earlier they were stronger, but now it seems like they are weakening by a lot. That's not good. I'm not the. Yeah, don't do that. It's just one little shower, but. But we haven't seen anything, any of those yet. Wow.
But that's moving out. And then we come down.
Text messages in about, the pumps don't seem to be draining at all. The water's just sitting there. Do you know any of those locations?
So we do know at Duncan Canal, we had 6 pumps work there. We lost electricity there. 4 pumps got back on immediately. It was some time that we had another pump back on, and I'd say 2 out of 6 are without. Yeah, Mark Drew's listening with. 2 out of 6 at Duncan is without it. So that's a third of pumping capacity we know that we lost at Duncan. And we're looking more into other areas of the parish. But because we were hearing reports on the East Bank, we started looking in that area first.
And then, these reports, getting back to kind of what we started this with, but the reports we're getting about the sewage backup or things like that, do you know, are there specific locations that this is happening in?
Well, I would say the sewer we were getting, when we pushed that out hours ago, that's parish-wide. We were getting some West Bank and some East Bank. And again, that's a factor of that's just stormwater, so much stormwater seeping into our sewer system. So it's sort of the same issue.
I guess I probably should not. Probably mute my desktop. I'm just listening. I'm watching Fox 8 on the side. You know what? You can listen to it.
And we know, the East Bank seems to be taking it worse than the West Bank right now.
Go, Meg.
Cynthia, any sort of timeline on this sewer issue? I mean, could it be tomorrow that people are told they don't need to conserve water any longer? I mean, any idea of when this can be resolved?
Well, we've already triggered our emergency contract, and as soon as we can get out there, we have our own assets, pumps and extra, generators and things like that we're going to put out there. We have vacuum trucks, and then we've also triggered our emergency contract. We'll be bringing in more assets. So it's just a matter of us being able to catch up, getting the rain to stop. It's just playing catch up and peeling off that water from the system. We're going to do it as fast as we can. But until we tell you not to, we just need everybody to conserve water and not put more water. You don't need to be doing your laundry tomorrow. You don't need to, just do that kind of stuff. Let's just give us an opportunity to catch up and get some of this water out of the sewer system.
And then just so we're clear, can you give us locations of canals that are overtopping?
I do have some locations. I don't have the list. I mean, I know we were having issues at West Esplanade Canal on different areas. Vintage Canal, trying to think. So we did have a list, but it was in different parts. I'm not going to say the whole canal was overflowing. It was like from certain blocks to certain blocks. But the information is kind of coming in quickly, and because some of this information I'm hearing maybe even second or third hand.
Yeah, and
so
look,
I'd hate to say that. I'm really getting some of this information not from the direct person who's seeing it, but like second and third hand. And we know what happens with that kind of information, right? It gets miscommunicated. So that's just my reluctance to report anything and not cause alarm. I'm telling you that I'm hearing about canals overtopping on the East Bank.
Sure.
So,
yeah, and we appreciate that, and we're not. This is we know
right.
You don't want to send your people out in
right.
severe weather, so we're just trying to figure out what you do know, what you don't know, so we know what we're doing.
And also so people don't get out on the roads who may live around those canals and think, oh, it's safe to drive around here.
Yeah, I know you all understand what I'm saying. We're not trying to hold out information. I'm saying we're getting a lot of reports of canals overflowing, people calling saying their house, the water's coming up my lawn, some people calling in and saying I'm taking on water throughout the East Bank, generally throughout the East Bank, Metairie and Kenner. Much more calls on the East Bank than on the West Bank. But again, it's coming in fast. It started at about 8:30, and it's been a lot of calls coming in. We're trying to reach out to the people that we know that are out on the street. And because I am getting information second or third hand, or somebody saying I heard this, or they're calling a friend, I just don't want to give out locations. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. And just one more thing for me, Entergy, obviously, I'm looking at the energy map right now. There's a good bit of red, about 55,000 customers, but there's still a lot of green on the map for energy. Green is obviously good. Have you been briefed by them about their plans and their preparations for taking care of residents, when this storm passes through?
Yeah, look, I know they're bringing in assets, and we're embedded with them. And I don't know what your last number is because we've been dealing with some of these flooding issues. The last numbers we had maybe an hour ago, 33,000. But I do feel like the map was a little bit behind, so I felt like that number was just a little bit lower than what was really out there.
We're up to almost 56,000 now. It looks
okay,
like.
okay, so way off than what the last time I saw it. So yeah, so I mean, and again, I'll just explain this. Losing electricity does not help us with our sewer issue, right? That almost exacerbates that problem because we do rely on electrical power for our sewer system. So that kind of pushes us further back when we have electricity issues.
Those are certainly priorities. Like Entergy, that's got to be one of the first ones they look to restore power to, right?
Yes, the plan is obviously with energy, hospitals and like life critical resources, the things that we need on our water and our sewer plants, absolutely, before they get to, the general neighborhood, because we need to get the community back and make sure certainly like nursing homes and things like that have what they need first.
Well, we appreciate the time. I know, look, this is developing. I know you know some information, you don't know some, and we appreciate you.
I really don't mean to be general on you, but I am saying we really, since 8:30, we're getting a lot of calls. And look, we don't see it it's not life-threatening if you stay in your house. That's all I'm going to say. It is life-threatening if you try to go out, if you try to drive your car near a canal. If everybody heeds the warnings we've been saying all day, please stay home. Even if you're taking on water, it's terrible that you'd be taking on water. We don't want people to lose their property, but a few inches of water in your house is not life-threatening, right? So please be careful. Let's try to get through this without any major injuries, without any loss of life. If we lose property, we lose property. But the important thing is that everybody stays safe. And that means knowing that we have flooded streets, knowing that we have overtop canals. Please stay home. It's dark outside. Nobody needs to be out. Nobody needs to be out, okay?
That's absolutely good advice because, as we're taking this live picture, as I mentioned, of Clearview Parkway, we just saw an ambulance pass by there on Clearview. So the emergency responders do have to be out. So everyone else needs to stay home to stay safe and keep everybody else safe that has to be out on the roads, like the emergency crews.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks for sharing what you can and what you knew at this time. We'll check in with you later.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for getting the information out for us.
Take care. Stay safe.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, let's take a look at the situation on Carrollton Avenue. Our David Jones in our storm tracker took a look at Carrollton Avenue and Olive.
I'm reporting live from Carrollton Avenue. We're right down the street from the Carrollton underpass that constantly floods. This is probably the worst example of street flooding that I've seen in New Orleans just driving around the area. You can see right back here, you're looking down Olive Street. On the left, you have the Waldo Center for Boys. On the right, you have the Carrollton Post Office, but you can see the water has just gone up to the hood of this vehicle, this sedan or coupe on the left, and then up to at least the floorboards, up almost to the top of the wheel well on this white Range Rover over here to the right. And just to give you an idea of how much the wind is whipping, you can see it just whipping across the top of the water as well. Now, just earlier, we were driving through the Jesuit neighborhood, Jesuit High School, Banks and Carrollton, and as we were driving through, you could literally see the transformers popping, just going through, and I actually saw the lights of the house shut off there, so I haven't checked the Entergy website, but suffice to say they are dealing with power outages in the Jesuit neighborhood as well. So we're going to continue driving around Orleans and looking for any more examples of street flooding, but again, this is probably the worst example that we have seen so far. Again, though, the is still young. You guys in the studio right now, the rain is just pelting my. Send it back to y'all, but reporting on Carrollton Avenue, David Jones, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, and just so you know, that was not a live report from David. That was a little while
just a short time ago.
But still, significant weather and the street flooding there. And we're getting some reports from some people in Orleans Parish even about we saw some significant street flooding there, and we're starting to get that in some other areas. You heard Cynthia Lee Shang say it, and regardless of what parish you are in, just stay inside.
Yeah.
It's late, it's 9:30, it's not worth it, and you can check things out tomorrow morning.
But gosh, I mean, you hate to see that street flooding. I mean, those cars obviously completely flooded. Now we're hearing about homes taking on water, not only in Jefferson Parish, but other parishes as well. So stay home, stay safe, and just kind of protect your property as best you can, because it's only going to get worse in some areas like the North Shore, where we're still seeing the brunt of the storm. It's kind of lightening up in Orleans Parish, in other parishes south of us, which is good news. But sheesh.
I know. Let's actually, yeah, seriously. Let's actually, if we can, let's take Viper Radar, and we can kind of give an update on this as we continue to monitor the situation in the metro area. But we can kind of show you, this is a good look, so you can kind of see it's pretty much starting to clear the South Shore for the most part. And you know, look, if you're in Covington, Slidell, you know, some of the heavier stuff is going to start reaching you right now. And then even like Bogalusa up northern in Washington Parish, you're going to start getting some heavier stuff coming up in a few minutes. So it is starting to make its way up to the North Shore. Even look at Tangipahoa Parish if you're there, and you can see I-55, and you can see it, you know, starting to go through Hammond. Some of the really heavy stuff will start going through Hammond and working its way up I-55 to Amite, Independence, and Kentwood as well.
Just some of the, you know, the information that we've been getting tonight from the Condra and from Bruce. I mean, it kind of sounds like midnight-ish is when we'll see things start to lighten up for all of our viewing area. 1 a.m. I mean, yes, it's a fast-moving storm, but it still takes time, right? After it makes landfall, it made landfall, I believe, around 4 o'clock, a little after 4 o'clock this afternoon. And obviously it takes hours. And the Eyewall was like 65 miles wide or something. I mean, just a massive storm. So it takes time, and it's going to be past midnight into tomorrow morning before this thing is out of here.
Yeah, and just remember, just because the rain has cleared you, the winds, as we've talked about, are still going to be there. So the wind event, you know, is not over, although it is, you know, certainly the storm is weakening as we've been talking about. Can we bring Bruce in for 1 second, because he wanted to add one thing in there, and then we'll go to our next report.
Right. You know, parts of Metairie, the West Napoleon Canal is basically over and kind of flooding the entire roadway there. So, you know, again, Cynthia Lee Shang, I think, put it well, that if you're home, you're safe. Out in this flooding, you're not safe. And a buddy of mine just called around West Esplanade in Clearview saying that there were likely homes and apartments in that area taking on water, where some of the businesses there have about 1 foot to 1.5 foot of water deep in the parking lot. So likely the West Esplanade Canal right there near Clearview to Transcontinental is likely over its banks. And again, it's overflowing onto West Esplanade and then into areas near homes and businesses. So, I mean, this has just been a doozy of a storm. You know, it doesn't take a category 4 or 5 like a Katrina or an Ida to bring big issues. And again, this has been a storm that has misbehaved. We were watching that eastward shift, and we were talking about that. And my concern was potentially the river parishes and really now eastward to the whole metropolitan area. So remember, it was supposed to come in over here toward Baton Rouge. It really came in more so west of Golden Meadow, moved in basically over parts of western Orleans, New Orleans and you know, Jefferson Parish toward the river parishes, and now the Eyewall on the northern end is moving into the North Shore. So, you know, there is a little light at the end of the tunnel, but, you know, there's a lot of damage done. You know, a lot of this flooding, you know, some homes potentially getting water, businesses potentially getting water, but the rain on the South Shore is really beginning to die down quite a bit. And, you know, it's going to take some time for these pumps to get that water down. When you've got canals that are full, and then you have excess water over the canals onto roadways that are just flooding out streets in complete neighborhoods, it's going to take a while for that water to get pumped out. And then on top of that, with those power outages, I mean, you can't see what you're doing. So please stay home. It is dangerous out there. You'll never know if you're driving down a West Esplanade where the canal and the road meets. I mean, it's a dangerous proposition, and emergency responders are not out and about in this either. So if you get into trouble, chances are you're not going to get the help you need, and if you do, you're putting emergency responders in harm's way unnecessarily. So again, do not venture out. That's why we said prior, 2 or 3 days before this mess, to go to the store, get supplies, get food, get water, get what you need, and hunker down. Or if you have to evacuate with any type of special needs, we've been preaching that as well. It's a very dangerous situation. So now that the heavy rain is continuing to diminish on the South Shore, we have got so much flooding citywide from Jefferson to Orleans, even around Destrehan, that it's going to take a couple of hours for things to catch up and really get under control. So it's very, very dangerous. So on the South Shore, throughout parts of Metairie and Kenner, and throughout parts of the river parishes, a lot of the rain is beginning to end. We still have some rain around Lutcher and Vacherie, but really for the entire major metro area, even the West Bank, the rain has diminished quite a bit. So as we take a look moving into Lake Pontchartrain, you know, I mentioned that the worst of it is yet to come for the North Shore still. You're not done with it. So likely, even though you have gravitational drainage and not pumps, we will likely see many creeks and rivers now going over their banks in the next day or two. So this is going to be a major situation for the potential of big flooding on the North Shore. So the storm is moving at 17, and for a tropical system, that's a nice clip. But when you have the northern eyewall that's continuing to kind of hold its own, even though it is weakening gradually, this is rain rates falling that, I mean, we're going to see 4 to 5 to 6 inches per hour in some locations that move over the same area. So from the Covington area down to Gentilly, that's about 35 miles. I mean, Lake Pontchartrain is 24. You add a little more for Covington, and then basically, into areas down South Shore, that's 30 miles. It's moving at around 17. That's going to take a couple of hours to get through. So that means that you're going to be under the gun like the South Shore was for the next couple of hours with very heavy rainfall rates. And that's the issue. Rainfall rates are how much rain falls in an hour. So if you get 5 inches in an hour, which we've seen South Shore, then every 15 minutes, you're getting an inch and a quarter every 15 minutes. Inch and a quarter, inch and a quarter, inch and a quarter, inch and a quarter in 1 hour. That's a tremendous amount of rain. And nothing can really take care of that. It drains off and it floods. So the North Shore, that's where we're saying, again, hopefully all precautions were taken. If you live near rivers, hopefully you know your situation. River rises, river flooding, cars flooding near rivers where you park them. The North Shore is the next big thing to come. And we are going to see a lot of flooding on the North Shore as all this moves to the north. So again, South Shore, most canals are overflowed their banks. Many streets are flooded. On top of that, we have the pumps that are trying to get that water out. So it's just a situation that is going to take some time. And we're going to have to be patient with that. So as we take a look at Hammond and we take a look at Covington, we take a look at Mandeville, all this is moving northward over to Slidell. Don't want to forget Slidell. Some viewers said, we haven't been talking about Slidell. We've been talking about Slidell. There really wasn't much until the last couple of hours. Now that this is moving in, we're going to talk a lot about Slidell and over to Picayune and to Bay St. Louis and areas farther west and north around Bush and Bogalusa. So this is going to be a very heavy rain event with very strong gusty winds, potential many power outages, and trees coming down. So, so again, the North Shore now is your prime time. You've had a break as the storm moved from the coast to the South Shore. Now North Shore, it is your turn. And this is going to be some extremely heavy rain and very gusty winds that we have learned from the South Shore, many flooding problems, and some issues with wind, power outages, North Shore. If you've got power now, hopefully it stays on, but likely we're going to start seeing a lot more outages over the next hour or two as all this does begin to move northward. So this is going to be just an event over the next few hours. I mean, right now it's 9:40, 10:40, 11:40. I'm saying around midnight, I think most of this will be now north of the state line. So we have a long way to go. At 9:40, we have to go 10:40 to 11:40, and then another 20 minutes. So in the next 2.5 hours, it's going to be a mess of very heavy rainfall and lots of flooding throughout parts of the North Shore as this eyewall continues to move northward. And yes, this is the northern eyewall, all the way into the metropolitan area, moving northward, hitting New Orleans, now hitting the Mandeville and North Shore area, down toward the bayou parishes. So this storm moved a lot farther east than the models indicated, and our graph model actually showed this, coming in basically over parts of the city and the North Shore. And yes, it's come to fruition. Wish it didn't happen. Wish the model was wrong. But nevertheless, this is what we're dealing with. I mean, this is what we have, and we have to make the best of it. And hopefully Mother Nature will give us the best where it continues to move this out of here, which I do expect. But as mentioned, This same system has brought extreme, dangerous emergency flooding on the South Shore with flash flood emergencies. So, you know, it's just going to take some time. And, you know, it wasn't a wind event, it was a rain event, and it's a flood event. So basically the South Shore looking much better, but there's so much water that we showed you in areas, and even a lot of the viewers are sending us some good video we're going to put on. The canal at West Napoleon and West Metairie, when I tell you, you can't delineate the street from the actual canal, and then it goes extending in all the streets of neighborhoods and water at doorsteps. It's just almost like a complete lake in many areas of Metairie. So again, it's just a very dangerous situation. You have to stay put and hunker down. The pumps have to do their job. It's going to take a while to get that water out. Not only do we have to pump the canals down, but all the water in neighborhoods, those have to get pumped down as well. We saw the canal underpass. I mean, it is flooded to the point where it's probably 12 feet deep. That, along with all the flooding around it, is going to take a while for the Orleans pumps to finally get that water out of the region. So again, South Shore, lots of flooding. Doesn't mean that now we're dried out, you can go out and joyride. Do not go out and joyride. When I tell you the flooding that we're seeing on video is major, it is moving to the North Shore, and the North Shore, you're in for the potential of major flooding as well. So Lee and Meg, you know, we have some video, and hopefully we can get that on the air just for people to know, because what I don't want people to do is look at the radar and say, oh, you know what? It's done. It's not raining. The floodwaters are tremendous on the South Shore and the West Bank and river parishes. It is tremendous. You can't get out. You can't joyride. If power's out, you can't see. Flood, you go right into the canal. And again, emergency managers and also all the parish presidents in these areas are pleading with people to not go out, stay put, and let this water go down. This is a very dangerous situation. And again, Lee and Meg, I mean, the water in some of the video that I've seen, which we will get out, it's incredible. I mean, the water is just, it's all over.
Bruce, and we're going to go to that video, at least some of it right now, so it's probably good to
I think Lee and I are both getting, you know, texted and emailed videos. The newsroom's getting emailed tons of videos from flooding all over. This is a look at flooding in Kenner that was taken just a short time ago, and so many people saying the flooding happened so quickly. Like one of the videos I received said in just 30 minutes the streets were covered, water was coming up onto the sidewalks and now approaching people's homes. But again, those still photographs taken from flooding in Kenner tonight. And
then Bruce mentioned the West Metairie Canal overtopping. This is a video of that right there, and you could see, you know, Bruce talk about how, you know, canal and street look the same, and that pretty much shows you that right there. That's the canal and the street. I mean, try to figure out which is what. That just shows you the significant overtopping. It gets back to what Cynthia Lee Sheng, the parish president in Jefferson Parish, was talking about. Bruce was talking about just stay inside. You don't need to get out.
Yeah, you cannot tell where the road ends and the canal begins.
You
really can't.
And if you look at that video, guys, you know, it stopped raining. It looks like the wind's not really blowing as much anymore. And people say, I'm going to go out and about. Do not go out. I mean, again, you may hit a pocket with the power out, and you cannot tell the road from the canal. And it's just a very dangerous situation. I mean, that's just incredible flooding. And that is only one portion that we're showing. Yeah. We have reports all over the parishes of Orleans and Jefferson, and even parts of the West Bank and the river parishes that are showing this type of flooding as well. So again, just hunker down and stay put. And I think Cynthia Lee Sheng said the best thing is that if you're at home, you're safe. And that is true. You venture out, I wouldn't want to be in this.
All right. Thanks a lot, Bruce.
All right, let's see if they are seeing any flooding in Laplace tonight. Our Chris Welty is there live.
Hey, Meg Lee. Conditions have improved a bit here in Laplace. We're not getting that torrential downpour. It's still raining here in this area, and it's still quite gusty. We're outside of the St. John Parish Sheriff's Office training facility on Cambridge Drive, just off of Airline Highway. And here we're sort of flooded in. We have a mid-size SUV that we're in, so we really don't want to trek through this flood water. I don't think we would get very far to be able to go out and explore. The sheriff's office here at the training center, they're actually using some of the crime cameras
look, Cambridge and LaPlace is flooded. Who would have thought?
An hour max ago, the sheriff's office did say that it was safe enough for their deputies to begin getting out there on the road again, and they have paired up deputies to begin going out, surveying areas, and answering calls for service. We are told that some of the parking lots for businesses off of Airline Highway, those businesses are a little bit lower than the highway itself. The parking lots are flooded. It's unclear if any of those businesses have taken on water at this point, but we are hearing that some homes here in St. John Parish have flooded. So as soon as it's safe, we will continue to go out and survey the area. But for now, reporting live in St. John Parish, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, that's Chris Welty in LaPlace. Obviously, the wind there
Yeah,
still, you can
affecting
hear
the
it.
microphone.
But you know, he did say he's hearing reports of homes, some homes in LaPlace starting to get some water. You might have been able to hear him say that.
You know, he mentioned the rescue crews too, the emergency
Yeah.
services. That's the next component of this. Now that the rain has sort of let up, the wind has died down. Now as people, you know, are dealing with, they may have water in their homes or any other sort of emergency, the emergency crews trying to get out onto the roads in these conditions and in flooding conditions and flooded roads to try to help people. So another reminder to stay home because of that. All right, let's get out to our Andres Fuentes, who's live on Veterans, where I understand, Andres, the power just went out moments ago.
It just went out. We had everything kind of planned to show you just how.
Yeah, the wind's blasting there. It's in Kenner. There's a Metairie. That's in Clearview. It's in Metairie.
Yeah, two for two there with the microphones, right? So
Yeah.
obviously it's very windy. We can see Andres. Andres, if you can hear us, your microphone really isn't working, but kind of move out of the picture and we can maybe see some of the video of that. I don't know who's the Andres photographer. If he can kind of, there we go.
There we go.
can kind of see a little of the street, but you could see this is he's what, on Vets, right?
He's on Vets,
That's
yep.
right there by the by Target.
Target,
right there,
yes.
Veterans and
Clearview.
Clearview, yeah. So you
Clearview
can
and Vets.
you can see, you know, pretty significant flooding.
Oh, yeah.
power out, too.
Right there. Oh wow.
There's
So
the
yeah,
Target
there's the
sign right
Target
there in
sign
the
right there.
background.
Look at that, y'all. I mean, that is Vets literally covered with water right there.
And that's why we're saying just do not get out. Just information coming in, it's now a tropical storm. I mean, again, it's weakening, but there's still a lot more to go to the North Shore, but just a quick update as well. So again, you can
Tropical
see
storm.
there's a car there. I don't know if that's an emergency vehicle, but if it's not, he should not be on the road. As you can see, it's dark, the power is out. Right
We
there at
we are
Clearview
down to a
and
tropical
Veterans
storm
Highway.
now.
And that's just a portion of the many of thousands of areas that just do not have power there. So, you know, you're looking back across the street, you know, through many of the businesses, and look at the wake that that car just pushed there. You can see at the intersection. So it looks like the traffic lights are on, but the businesses outage are out of power. And look at that truck. Not a good idea. I mean,
So
it's over his
dangerous.
bumper.
Yeah, and that does not look like any type of.
That's not an
The
emergency
sedan has
vehicle.
stopped. You can see the
Yeah.
sedan has stopped because they're trying to turn right, but obviously they can't.
Well,
Yeah.
it may be stalled out now because
Yeah.
there's no traffic. He could just go. Well, he's
Oh, he's
moving
going
now.
straight.
Okay.
So, I mean, look at the wake that car. And again, if he
you're
goes
such an
down
idiot.
someone's street that's flooded, he's going to put water in someone's home, and we don't want you to do that. If that were my house on my street and a car came down and I had no water, but now I do because a car went down it, that's why we're saying. I mean, we have to be patient and courteous. I mean, this is a
No,
situation
no
that
one
we're
can
all
do
in this
that.
thing together.
Well, the beauty of this, Bruce, too, is, I mean, the storm came in during the day. It's 9:50 at night. Try to sleep it off. Let the water go down,
Absolutely.
hopefully,
Right,
and then
right.
we'll see
Just
how
wait it
things
out.
are in the morning. So
That's too simple
without
for
question.
people.
Yeah, and this is example number 15 or more tonight, where and we will have more. There's
Oh,
another
uh-oh.
car.
Here comes
turning
another car.
and moving. And again, Bruce says, look, if you're going down a street, you could potentially be
gonna
pushing.
laugh if they
Obviously,
stall
here
out.
you're not, but on some other streets, you could be pushing water into someone's homes.
And
Or-
it's,
or
it's
bit.
so dark, it's hard for them to tell how deep
Yeah.
that water is.
Well, and that's the dangerous part of it too,
Absolutely.
because
Yeah.
you know, if you don't know the area, you don't know where you are driving. Or how many times have we seen people, you know, in Orleans Parish get, you know, stuck under the underpasses because they don't realize where they're driving.
I don't understand where these people think they're going to be going. There's no businesses open.
Yeah.
The power is out. It's a very dangerous situation.
Maybe they have work to get to or something,
Yeah, but I mean, even with work, I mean, it's to a point where it's dangerous to be on the road. But you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know their situation.
Right. No.
However, it's funny that the street lights are on, but everything else is off, and they're obeying the street light, and there's no one else around.
And look, one or two of these cars
Oh, there's
could
some-
work for the parish or
Yeah,
something.
that's
We don't
Right.
know the
We don't.
circumstances of everyone, but
Fair
I
enough.
think
Fair enough.
try to stay off the roads as much as possible. It's safe for everyone.
All right, well, in addition to Metairie, also flooding, of course, we've seen throughout New Orleans. There's a flooding situation right now in Destrehan. That's where our Juan Kincaid is.
Thank you very much. Here in Destrehan's Ormond Estates in Ormond Meadows. That's the street we're on.
Ormond.
Hurricane Francine has roared in, come in like a lion here. As we've gone into this estate, we've seen the waters begin to rise. Right now, I'm standing in almost a foot of water here on Ormond Meadows. About 15 minutes ago, they lost power in this neighborhood. It's obviously going to take a while for it to come back on once again. But the waters are rising. We were told at the shelter we were at just moments ago that this is one of the neighborhoods in the Destrehan area that is prone to flooding, and they got that part of it right. As you can see,
Yeah, no kidding.
as far as the camera can show you, the waters have begun
not
to rise
even
here
close
on
to homes,
Ormond
though. That's
Meadows.
good.
This is obviously a situation where we want you to stay in your houses, stay hunkered down, stay safe. Don't be out in these conditions if you don't have to be. Again, this is Ormond Estates. Ormond Meadows is the street that we're on, and it's flooding right now and only going to get worse as Hurricane Francine continues to move through the area. In Destrehan, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Juan, and that was actually taken just about 45 minutes ago. It takes some time to get some of these taped pieces back to the station just because of the weather conditions. But Juan taped that in Ormond just about 45 minutes ago.
But now we're actually going to give you a live view. We've been
Yes.
doing a lot of live reports throughout the area, and we're going to go live. Orleans Parish, David Jones, believed by the Canal Underpass. David, is that right?
Yeah, Lee, I am at the Canal Boulevard underpass. We know that this is one of the few gauges around the city that really lets us know how much rain has been dumped on us in a short period of time. I'm also thinking about the Carrollton underpass as well, which does remain closed, along with all of the other typical problem underpasses when it comes to discussing street flooding in New Orleans. Now take a look behind me. You can see just how much water, because keep in mind, there's a dip straight ahead, right? So there's a dip that goes underneath the train tracks there, but the water is pretty much almost at level to where we are standing right now. So I was talking with the officer a little bit earlier who's over here, and he was saying that he believes at least 8 feet, potentially more, of water that has accumulated here in this underpass. Now, apparently one driver was not listening to Bruce Katz, and he actually took off down the opposite side of where we were, and actually went straight into the water. So the officer had this part blocked off, riverbound here, but the guy actually took in his pickup truck, went down the opposite end straight into the water, and I'm told that a good Samaritan who lives in this area was able to actually get him out of the vehicle, and then the officers came and they assisted him, and then they kind of managed to get the driver over to a local hospital. So believe it or not, there is actually a full-size pickup truck still underneath that water here at the Canal Boulevard underpass. This is one of a number of underpasses, again, in the city that tends to flood, that tends to close. That's why you see that road closed sign with the big red flashing lights right there. But believe it or not, apparently some people don't see that or think that they can get around the water, that they can get through the water, that their cars are big enough. But again, you just never know how deep that water is going to be. So it pays to take a look at the street signs, take a look at the officers, the barricades that they have up here, and not drive through it, go around it. So certainly, again, a problem area here in New Orleans for street flooding. We're going to continue to keep an eye out and move around the parish. But for now, reporting live in New Orleans, David Jones, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, David, thanks so much. And as you can see, the rain lightening up there, really the brunt of the storm now making its way to the North Shore. It's really on the North Shore. Our Rob Masson taped this just a few minutes ago with a look at the conditions there.
Here on the Mandeville Lakefront, the rain continues to come down even harder minute by minute as Francine makes her way to the North Shore. The wind is still coming out of the north and not from the south, as we'll see as the storm starts to approach. Water is building up on Lakeshore Drive. It has been closed down for much of the day, and the water keeps getting deeper and deeper here, as you can see. There is absolutely nobody out here tonight. Police are keeping everyone away from Lakeshore Drive, and it's a good idea to stay in as these winds are only going to pick up. Right now, they're blowing out of the northeast around 20 miles an hour. At some point within the next couple of hours, it's going to be coming more from the south. You'll start seeing splash up above the breakwater there, which we're not seeing now, which is an indication that the wind is blowing away from the North Shore and not coming toward the North Shore just yet. But winds will be picking up steadily to 35, 40 miles an hour. That's going to be causing trees to come down, probably some power lines to come down. We have seen a lot of utility crews out there lined up, ready to restore power after it goes out. But hopefully all this will clear out by around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and those crews will be able to get in and restore power to people who are without. We have seen scattered outages here along the lakefront and throughout Mandeville for much of the night tonight. It's been kind of going off and then coming back on. But for now, the rain continues to come down harder on the North Shore. Winds still coming out of the north, but all that's going to be changing shortly as Francine starts to move this way. That's the story from Mandeville. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, we are not done with the story in Mandeville, the North Shore, Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany Parish. Let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz for an update.
Well, that's right. Now we focus our attention from a landfalling Category 2 to major winds and flooding South Shore. Now we focus our attention over Lake Pontchartrain, and now it's the North Shore. So North Shore, we're going to show you a lot of love. We're going to be here with you every step of the way like we were South Shore. So again, on the metro area, South Shore, most of the rain basically done. Even in the river parishes, you have a little bit more to go, but I'm going to take a tour of the North Shore. And as Rob Masson mentioned just a few minutes ago, I'm going to start well north where we don't have as much and work down where we do. Rob Masson was saying that with all the trees on the North Shore and all of the saturated grounds, the tree roots, they can get loose, and with winds, and these are going to have a lot of winds moving northward, we're likely to see many power outages. So as we take a look, Tangipahoa Parish, starting out from Osika at the state line, Kentwood, Tangipahoa, also Roseland, Amite, Independence. These areas right now light rain, but more heavy rain is on the way. Tickfaw, it's just beginning and moving northward. Then we take a look a bit farther east from Wilmer over to Clifton, Franklinton, Pine, Angie, Bogalusa, and Varnado. You're going to get quite a bit of heavy rain and gusty winds off of Sun and Bush moving northward in this area on the eastern side. So again, as we take a look, Tangipahoa up and down 55, this is what is yet to come. So up 55, all moving north, this activity, the northern eyewall of this now tropical storm, which was a Cat 2 about 4 or 5 hours ago, all this heavy rain is going to move into Ponchatoula, Lee's Landing, Hammond, Tickfaw, Independence, Tangipahoa River. We're going to have to be watching over the next couple of days on just how much rain falls and how much flooding we will get on some of those rivers, especially the Tangipahoa at Robert. We get a lot of flooding after heavy rainfall. So again, as we take a look, that is Tangipahoa Parish. Now let's take a look farther north, and we'll move off to the west toward areas of Washington Parish. As you'll notice, from Angie to Varnado, into Bogalusa and Lees Creek, Pine Cliff and Franklinton over to Clifton, all this heavy rain moving north. You're in moderate to heavy rain now, and this is only going to increase and get worse as far as heavy rain, rainfall rates, and strong gusty winds, easily up to 55 to 60 miles per hour at times. So as we move a bit farther eastward now, taking a look at Juniper Grove, heading over toward Hillsdale. These are areas in Nacase and Ozona and Carrier over in Mississippi, which are in the Fox 8 viewing area. You're going to see these heavy rains moving in. However, once these move northward, where Nicholson is seeing that now, power just went out. And here at Fox 8, you may be hearing me but not seeing me. Our generator should kick on, and it will. If you are watching us, again, we're going to be back with our picture in just a moment, but we are now in the dark. Our generator is kicking on, and in about 10 seconds, we will see the lights come back on, and then you will see. So here we go.
Fox 8 just had a power outage on the air.
Studio lights are coming back on.
That's a new
Old
one.
Metairie, that
All right,
is
interesting.
basically close to, if not inside, some businesses there. I'm looking back at the double box there. So again, that's why we're saying don't drive down streets that are flooded. Once again, let's take that full if we can, guys. And if we can take that full, I just want to kind of see what's going on. That building on the left, if you look, you can almost see on the lower end, it looks like water is in the building. And again, I'm not really sure what street that is. However, you can see many streets just completely flooded. Let's come back now to the radar full screen if we can. Generator is on here at Fox 8, and now we're back. And I want to continue the tour moving in throughout areas of the North Shore. So here is Picayune and Nicholson heading down to Hickory, and then we go to Slidell, Eden Isles, and the Wrigley's. So all this is moving northward. And I'm going to show you what's coming your way, but for right now, heavier rains are moving into Hickory and Nicholsonville, heading over to Picayune. Farther south, we'll move in. Power went out again. But again, if you're listening to us, you can hear us likely, but the video will come back on in just a moment. Like you and many other people, we're having power issues here at Fox 8. So here we go, and we're going to come back on. Likely you can see Viper radar right around areas of Chef Mentor to Lake Catherine. Those areas moving north into Slidell, into Eden Isles, and also moving into Mandeville. So these areas, as I focus out, are going to continue to move northward. So Mandeville, Covington, up to Bush, and Folsom and Independence, all of these areas into Slidell are going to see heavy, heavy rain, potential of widespread, supercharged flooding. I mean, we're talking potential of several inches of rain all the way through midnight. Right now, it's about 10:03, so I'm thinking this is going to take about 2 hours to finally get through to the state line. So you've got a couple of hours to go. Like we were down on the South Shore, we waited 2.5 hours, but in that time frame, we had up to 6 to 8 inches of rain, and that was the issue with too much rain in a short amount of time. So as we take a look at the widespread North Shore, Picayune, Slidell, Mandeville, Covington, Sun, Bush, Folsom, Hammond, Ponchatoula, Lee's Landing, Springfield, all the way down to Manchac and Lake Maurepas, all this heavy rain is moving in your direction. Some of the wind speeds up there, we've seen up to 50 to 60 miles per hour in gusts. Out to the west, Springfield, westward, Denham Springs is in the Baton Rouge market, same for French Settlement, that's over in Livingston Parish. So we really kind of cut it off basically to the east of French Settlement and Sorrento, Baton Rouge market, and then we come into the New Orleans television market. So these are the areas basically a few miles west of I-55, eastward all the way to Hancock, Harrison, and Pearl River counties up in Mississippi. So North Shore, you're going to be in for heavy, heavy rain. You know I don't hype things up. When things are bad and it looks like we could have major issues, I amp it up. And I'm amping it up a bit because when I say widespread dangerous flooding, it's going to be major rainfall over the next few hours. So stay put North Shore. South Shore, want to communicate again. So much flooding on the South Shore. Canals are over their banks. Hard to see where the water meets the road. And with that, emergency managers are saying stay put. And first responder emergency workers, ambulance, fire, police, we don't want to put them in harm's way for something that you're doing just to go, gallivant and look around. It's not a good idea. A lot of power's out. You're driving, you can't see where you're going. Headlights are good, but you don't get a widespread view. You go over the curb and you're in 15 feet of water in a canal on the bottom. Someone went under the underpass, a canal. Basically, he had to get water rescued. And fortunately, there was a good Samaritan nearby who lived there who saw what happened and got that person out of the truck. The truck now, you can't even see. It's underwater at the bottom end of the canal underpass. And that's what we're saying. Canals even deeper than the underpasses. So you drive into a canal, hate to say it, but you're on your own. So do not drive around and do not, just because the rain is ending and the winds may be dying down, it is not a good idea to go out. Stay put. You're safest at home. Stay put. Tomorrow morning, things will be drained, and with that, we can start assessing the damage. There's not much you can do overnight. It's dark. Power's out. I mean, at this point, if you're leaking water from your roof, there's not much you can do. Roofers aren't going to come right now, and you're not going to go on your roof in the dark with no power. So at this time, we just have to make the best of it. And I know a lot of people may be dealing with a lot. My wife, we have water coming in our sunken den, and she's dealing with it, you know, and it just kind of is what it is. Let's go to Slidell now. I think we have a live shot, and this is Slidell, and as you can see, I mean, heavy rain, the Home Depot sign just moving in the wind, so I'm going to stay up on this double box, and I'm going to focus into Slidell, and basically, Slidell is right here, and all this heavy rainfall and wind is moving right over Slidell. So this is what they're seeing. So the images we showed on the South Shore and along the coast are now
It is
on the North
probably
Shore.
about time
So the same situation
wrap this up.
is likely on the North Shore that we saw on the South Shore.
Impacts
So the
will be
North
there
Shore,
for a few
it's
more
your
hours.
turn
I
now.
am just
And
so
this is gonna
tired.
be
I've been
a
sitting
good
here for 10 and a
2.5
half
hour
hours.
event. So once again,
Longer
the
than
heavy
that, 'cause
rain
I
is
made the
gonna
update in the
continue to
morning.
filter in. The storm is weakening. Remember, when
I've
it
been
hit
sitting
New
here with
Orleans,
y'all for 10 and
it
a
was
half
still
hours.
right at a low end category 2, weakening to a 1.
The
Now
storm is
it's
it's a tropical storm
So
now.
we're hoping that some of the
The
rain
biggest
does
threats
diminish a bit, but still, look at the
are
Viper's rainfall rates.
pretty much over.
5, 6, 7 inches an hour.
The wind will be a
I mean,
nuisance
that
from
is
here on out. If you're
tremendous
on the
amounts
North
of rain.
Shore,
And you're going
then
to see that heavy rain for about 2 hours.
things are coming
so
to you,
again, some
but
areas with on and off rain
it won't
could
be as
see
bad
in
as the
next
South Shore
hour or two
was.
up to 5 to 7 inches of rain, which certainly
can
would
be
cause some
handled.
major issues. And as I mentioned, the area rivers, we're going to have to start looking at those flood warnings that may come out for the Bogachita, the Chafuncta, the Amite.
But yeah.
Also heading over toward Tangipahoa, the Tangipahoa River.
Interesting
So,
swirl
you know,
right
the
there.
Abita River, Vern up in Covington. You know, he you know, lets us know what's happening on the Abita River up there. So once again, the area rivers, we're going to have to watch out for some.
But yeah, thank all of you for sticking with me. I'm glad that I was able to do a service to people during this hurricane. I think, you know, seems like we should be glad with how it ended up because we're not, you know, it didn't exactly come out, we didn't exactly come out bad in this storm. Obviously, the flooding was more of an issue than I guess we realized, but wind impacts haven't really been that great from what I've seen, except for down the coast, which obviously that's the case. But I'm tired. I want to relax a little bit. I will be updating my Snapchat for those of you that follow me on there. But thank you guys for, you know, being here, supporting me. Stay safe out there. See you guys, and hopefully not the next storm. But, you know, we live in Louisiana, so I'll probably be back within 2 weeks, you know. We'll be doing this again in 2 weeks, you know. Be safe out there.